Okay, we are preparing to live stream.
All right, and I have a notification that the meeting is now streaming live on YouTube. So I would like to call the meeting of the 9th Judicial District Nominating Commission to order. My name is Justice Evelyn Wilson. I am the non-voting chair of the commission. And most of all, I would like to welcome all of the members of the 9th Judicial District Nominating Commission to today's meeting. We are here to have our meeting and interview candidates for the position of District Magistrate Judge for McPherson County, a position that Judge Stephen Hilgers recently retired from. And we are meeting today to interview and hopefully choose a successor for Judge Hilgers for that vacancy. I'd also like to welcome members of the public who may be viewing us on YouTube. And I would also like to mention that on the Zoom today, we have Justice Melissa Standridge, who is the liaison for Department 5, which includes McPherson County. I am actually the acting interim chair of this commission, and the chairship will be assumed by Justice Standridge after today. Also, I'd like to welcome my assistant, Tiffany Fisher, who is assisting with IT and other logistics to assist us today. First of all, I'd like to do a roll call of the commission. And so as I state your name, commissioners, if you would please announce verbally your presence on this Zoom. Thomas A. Adrian.
Present.
Michael Andros.
Present.
Amy Bauer.
Present.
Jana McKinney.
Present.
Ann Elliott.
Present.
Harris Terry.
Present.
John Robb.
Present.
And George Westfall.
Here.
All right, those are all the members of the commission. I am going to declare a quorum. First of all, I know that I have sent out a proposed agenda, and so I'd like to direct your attention, commissioners, to the proposed agenda. And if there is any objection to the proposed agenda, please raise your hand. Right, seeing no objection, I'm going to consider the agenda to be approved. And the next item to consider are the minutes from the December 30, 2020 meeting. The draft minutes have been sent out to you for your review. So if you could please turn your attention to those minutes. And then when you are ready, I would entertain a motion either to revise or approve those minutes.
Michael Andros, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as is.
All right, is there a second?
Commissioner Westfall seconds.
Mr. Westfall seconds. And so now, is there any discussion about the minutes that have been moved for approval? Hearing no discussion, please vote. All in favor of approving the minutes, raise your hand. And I show unanimous approval of the minutes. The motion passes. And now is the time for public comment. Ms. Fisher, will you please open the phone lines for public comment?
Yes, I will. Tiffany Fisher. Okay, it is open and I have my phone on speakerphone for any comments.
Okay.
Is somebody there?
Say that again, please.
Oh, is,
Yes, somebody's here. Thank
okay,
you.
great. We do have a public comment.
All right. We have a member of the public who has called in to make a comment. And if you would please state your name and give us your comments. I'd like to limit it to 5 minutes, please, unless there's an objection from the commission. All right. Please state your name.
Please state your name.
Okay, my name is Janine Herron, last name spelled Herron. I'm a resident of Shawnee County and used to practice law here in Shawnee County and other places in Kansas as well, in state and federal court. I know Joanne Hamilton, and I'm calling on her behalf in support of her possible position as the 9th Judicial District Magistrate. I've known her for a number of years, and obviously we were on different sides. And as much as I was in private practice, I practiced criminal law and had the opportunity on a number of occasions to obviously talk to her, know her as a practicing prosecutor, both as a deputy assistant DA as well as after she became DA in Shawnee County. I do have high respect for her and think that she would make an excellent magistrate. So I'm calling just to give my input. I am now retired and have been for a number of years, so I have not been practicing. She no longer lives in Shawnee County, but I do maintain a friendship contact, but basically that's because of her Lynn's Board connection. So in as much, that's all I need to say, and I think I'm within my 5 minutes.
Great.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Herron. Has someone else called in? Ms. Fisher?
Is there anybody else on the line at this time?
Yes, no. Sullivan.
Sullivan?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm trying to hang it. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to
First of all, can you say your name again, please?
Pamela Sullivan.
Pamela Sullivan. Okay.
One of the commissioners had called me last night, but I wanted to make sure that I was down as a support for Joanne Linford. I've known her. I practiced law with her at the public defender's office for a number of years. I knew her also when she was in Shawnee County as the district attorney. I practiced there also while she was a district attorney. I think she would be very fair as a judge. She also is extremely knowledgeable. She's unique in that she has experience on both sides of the bench, or I'm sorry, as a prosecutor as well as a defense attorney. And I think that covers it.
Okay. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Is there anyone else on the line? Oh, someone just joined? Maybe that was her hanging up. Anyone else on the line at this time? Were you able to hear those comments?
Yes.
You know, this is Tom, I didn't get Miss Herron's first name. Did you catch that?
Janine.
Janine? Okay.
It brings up a good point, though. If at any time any of you are having trouble hearing, don't be shy and speak up right away, because if somebody has to repeat something, we want it to be short as possible. All right, and Tiffany, the line for public comment, that's still open at this time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it sounds like it makes a noise whenever somebody comes on.
Yes, when they come on or when they leave.
All right, well, unless there's an objection, I'm going to ask that Tiffany give the public who might be on the telephone one more chance to weigh in, and then if there's no one else, I'll ask her to hang up the phone for the public comment portion. I see no objection, so why don't you do that, Tiffany?
Okay, anyone else on the line to make public comments?
Okay, why don't you go ahead and hang up the public comment line and we'll proceed.
All right, call has
All
ended.
right. All right, thank you, Tiffany.
Yes.
We're ready for number 4 on the agenda, which is to review the rules and procedure, rules of procedure and the voting rules. The rules of procedure, I think those have, we had some Open Meetings Act guidelines that were sent out to you. And one thing I always try to emphasize are the reasons that we can go into executive session, because the general rule, of course, and the default position is that this is a public meeting. We're on YouTube, so members of the public can view this. We have communicated with the 4 candidates and asked them not to view the YouTube as a courtesy to all of the other candidates. Of course, we can't require that, but we have asked them as a courtesy so everybody kind of is on an even playing field, that they not listen in until after their own interview is completed. The reasons that we can go into closed or executive session for purposes of judicial nominating commissions are only for the purpose of discussing sensitive financial information contained within the personal financial records or official background check of a candidate for judicial nomination. The rest of the procedures are generally from the statutes that apply to open meetings. And this commission does not have a special set of rules and procedures, but I know that you all have done this before. You have some traditions of how, you've done the way you've done things in the past. And I respect that, because a lot of times there's no one way to get to the goal. But one thing I wanted to talk about before we're at the point where we're ready to vote is we have 4 candidates, and the commission does choose the candidate who will succeed Judge Hilgers. So these names do not go to the governor. This is your job to choose the district magistrate judge during the course of however much time we need to do that in the next 2 days. So there are 4 people who are being interviewed, 4 people for whom you could potentially vote. And so in thinking about how we go about doing that, I have an idea that I'd like to throw out there, but if you all have your own ideas, I'd love to hear them. I'm sure the other commissioners would like to hear them and consider them. The idea that I had was that the first round of voting, each commissioner could vote for 2. And then we would take the top 2 vote getters and have another round where each commissioner would vote for 1. And then the top vote getter from those final two would be the person who would succeed Judge Hilders. Are there any other ideas for how to go about voting? If you think my idea of initially voting for two and then vote again for the top two vote getters, if that is acceptable, why don't you indicate by a show of your hand? Okay, I think that's unanimous. That's the way we'll do it. All right, at this time, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for discussion of those two purposes, for the purpose of discussing sensitive financial information or official background checks, and for a period of time. It's 1:17. Our first interview is not scheduled until 1:30. So we could probably go into executive session for up to 15 minutes. Is there a motion? I do have some information from one of the official background checks, which was done by an investigator at the disciplinary administrator's office that we could discuss.
And this is Sheriff Terry. I'll make a motion. We go into executive session for 15 minutes.
And would it be for those two purposes?
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
This is
I
Ann
would second
Elliott.
that.
I'll second.
Okay, Ann Elliott seconded the motion made by Mr. Terry. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand or raise your hand. Any hand that shows. Motion carried unanimously. Tiffany, will you please put us into a breakout room for a period of 15 minutes? All right, it looks like the host is inviting us to join a breakout room, so please press join.
Justice Dandridge, I think we get to stay together. I can't.
Can you put me in the breakout room?
Yes. There. Okay. Did you get the invite?
All right, we are now back in the main session. Tiffany, will you confirm that you can see us again on YouTube?
It's a little bit delayed, so. Okay, yes, I can.
All right, great. Welcome, commissioners, back to the open session after executive session. And now, do we have Ms. Neufeld in the waiting room?
Yes, we do.
All right. Is there anything someone wants to say before we begin the interview? Okay, go ahead and escort Ms. Neufeld into the session.
We will do that.
Good afternoon, Ms. Neufeld.
Good afternoon.
It's good to see you again.
Yes, good to see you.
Thank you. I'm Justice Wilson, and on my behalf and on behalf of the 9th Judicial District Nominating Commission, I want to welcome you to your interview. We all look forward to getting to know more about you. And let's just go ahead and start off. If you'd like to say a few things to the commission, introduce yourself, and let us know in 3 to 5 minutes or so why you believe that you are the best candidate for the position of District Magistrate Judge.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm seeking this District Magistrate Judge position based upon as a capstone of my career as a public service lawyer. I started out graduating from law school in 1979 and went back to the law firm where I clerked. I basically did office sharing and did court appointments. Then in October of 1980, I was hired by the Reno County Legal Aid Society. And of course, there I listened, I learned to listen, and I learned to appreciate different backgrounds and different people with different problems. I spent my days giving advice and representing people in divorces and in limited action, and specifically landlord-tenant. We did some Social Security disability cases, and we prepared wills and durable power of attorneys, and just the basic practice that a normal attorney would have. It was a very good ground to start on. While there, I really learned how to listen. I learned how to be more open-minded, and I definitely relied on my common sense. During that time, I got to really appreciate the Reno County Attorney and the police department, because one day a gentleman came in to see me in my very small little office and asked to be admitted to Larned State Hospital. I told him to go down to the county attorney's office, and instead he lunged at me with a knife. So at that point in time, he lunged over the desk, and I tried to grab his arm. And of course that landed up me being in a tight hold with him. And so at that moment, the county attorney was coming down the stairway in the Reno County Courthouse, and heard the secretary screaming, and talked him out of it. And of course, to drop the knife, and took him downstairs, and there were 8 police officers there following. So I learned to appreciate the law enforcement at that point in time, and you never knew what was going to happen each day of the week. After spending 5 years at Legal Aid, I was hired by the Kansas Department of Social and Rehabilitation Services as an attorney 1. I originally covered 4 counties, McPherson, Harvey, Rice, and Reno counties, and my office was located in Reno County. as years went by, I was promoted in 1988 and became an attorney too, and then served additional counties, including Kingman, Harper, Sumner, Comanche, and in that area, Barber County, yes. So during this time as legal counsel in SRS, what you did is you gave a lot of advice to social workers. You helped them look over cases and make decisions. We made findings on every child needed care case or every input that was made, any concern that was made. I learned how to apply the law to the facts by, our Bible in so many terms was the Youth Services Manual as well as the Child in Need of Care Code. And I was in a different, doing administrative law and administrative hearings because these people all had the right to appeal any of our decisions. I also did an extreme amount of adult services work. I filed many guardianships and conservatorships and assisted elderly as well as disabled people in finding an advocate for themselves. I very much enjoyed my work at SRS. As you could tell, I traveled a lot, and each county, I met such nice people. I enjoyed meeting the judges. I enjoyed meeting the clerks in the clerks' offices. Each one wanted different things, even though we were a unified court system, but you just learned to know what they all liked. And it was very rewarding. Later on, I also went up north and covered Saline, Ottawa, Jewell, the Republic, and Lincoln and Ellsworth counties until they had their own attorney assigned to them. I would say that what I learned from SRS and working for SRS, which is now DCF, is to apply the law to the facts and to make sure that there was fairness involved, because our decisions, although not in the district court, could affect people who had licenses, such as foster parents and those running daycare facilities. So I from day one, I had to learn how to apply the law to the facts and make sure that our offices, our social workers, and everyone involved was doing what they were supposed to be doing. I also did economic assistance work, fraud, and I did personnel issues. I participated in front of the Kansas State Civil Service Board for a hearing on the firing of a social worker. From there, I stayed with SRS until 2013, when due to unforeseen circumstances, the agency was reorganized and there was privatization. And so I, at that time, had my 85 points and I retired from state service at that time. I then went and decided to do just a small private practice out of my home, which I'm doing right now. My mother was getting elderly, needed my attention. So I have continued to do guardian conservatorships, wills, DPOAs, and I'm appointed by the Reno County judges to act as guardian ad litem in divorce custody cases. That has been very, very interesting job. And I have been able to do the investigations and determine what is in the child's best interest and make a recommendation to the court in those very trying and very emotional situations. Currently, I have returned to my great-grandparents' homestead. I'm living out in the country. I have totally rebuilt 1892 farmstead. And I have learned a lot in these past 7 years about crops and pastures and cattle and chickens and things I, hadn't encountered before, but it certainly was a good life experience for me. As you can tell, my law practice has basically been serving and protecting the most vulnerable. I have protected children, those with impairments, those who have not had the resources to hire attorneys, and especially the elderly. I have been very concerned about that. I am currently serving as a guardian of a lady in Pretty Prairie, Kansas. Prior to that, I was a guardian for a lady in Hutchinson, Kansas, and I enjoy doing that work for people who have no family to help them. Throughout all of this, I have realized and know that by working hard, going the extra mile, and paying attention to details will get you the farthest, and it always pays off. I think McPherson County needs a judge who has life experiences that that will help them to make fair and impartial decisions. I've definitely had those life experiences helping people and helping the citizens of the state of Kansas. And I would be very honored to be appointed as McPherson County District Magistrate Judge.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Neufeld. And there were a couple of commissioners who were assigned to do official background checks for you, and I'll turn it over to them. Mr. Adrian, Mr. Andros, who's going to go first?
Well, I was going to go first. I think Mike and I agreed that that I would ask the first question. And Ellen, nice to see you again.
Yes, nice to see you.
I've been aware of your many talents over many years. Knife fighting wasn't one that I knew about. So I'll add that to the list.
Right.
So, your description of your professional past is fairly well in line with what I recall. But I noted when I was doing some investigating about you that none of it included criminal or traffic issues. And I think that is a sort of a major diet of this position. And perhaps you can talk about how you will handle that issue, because your experience doesn't necessarily cover those issues.
No, you're absolutely correct. I come into doing criminal work with an open mind. I have no preconceived ideas about law enforcement. I've been a law-abiding citizen. I've had no run-ins with the law. I think that the criminal statutes are fairly straightforward, easy to read. I think I can apply the law to the facts that are brought before me, and I feel that I'm capable and have the demeanor to be a judge and to assess a situation. And if I can always read the law, I can't always change my demeanor, my background, my attitudes, preconceived notions, and I don't have those. So I think I'm a willing student of the criminal law, and I think I could handle it.
Thank you. Mr. Andros.
Well, Ellen and I carried on a very nice conversation, and I'd like to comment that of all your references, you are, by all reports, a quite qualified person. Can you express to us a more concise reason why you want to be a magistrate judge?
I felt that what the magistrate judge position deals with, that judge deals with, fell in line with what my law background was. I mean, I've basically done probate, child in need of care cases, been exposed to limited action cases, landlord-tenant cases. I felt the only thing that I did not directly have experience in was criminal law. And I felt that that could be handled by my law degree and being able to read a statute. I mean, this position is open to people who are not attorneys. So therefore, I have the law degree, and I think I'm capable of reading the law and applying the law to the facts. I felt that I have something to offer the citizens of McPherson County. My background is definitely helping people. That's very noticeable, and I think that I could be very, very understanding. I'm empathetic, but yet I know how to face and deal with people who are trying to convince you of their side, and there's nothing to back it up. One thing I had to do when I was with SRS, I learned how to be calm, because there were always things going on and emergency situations. And if anybody was not calm, it would be a disaster. And so people would go to me and ask for guidance. And I think that that is one thing that I do have, that I just have things that I can offer the citizens of McPherson County, and I'd be happy to be of assistance to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bauer, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you describe what frustrations or obstacles that you anticipate based on either what you know about this position or based on the service of the vulnerable population, to use your words?
Okay. Yes, I would say people coming in and fighting, or particularly over children, I think it's, and child in need of care cases, being able to consider parents versus the children, or being trying to find that middle ground and that common sense of what's being able to apprise the situation. I would say that in my practice, I totally depended on the common sense of the judge. No matter what I was presenting or what side I was on, I was always praying that the judge had good common sense to see through the situation. And I think that is something that you have to learn how to do. And the people, of course, one side is always going to, so a frustration, one side is always going to get upset. We already know that, and they both might be unhappy with your decision. But I think that probably is the biggest frustration, would be not being able to keep the parties on an even keel, and not have them explode or do something, because it always is, when you're in court, there's always the something might happen. So yes.
Ms. McKinney, do you have a question?
I would like to know what it is that you think is the single most important characteristic for a judge to possess.
I'd have to go back to common sense. Absolutely. Life experiences definitely are the teaching tool for common sense, but you're also born with it. And for a judge to be able to read, I get to read read the parties and to see exactly what is going on here. Because sometimes there's a lot of issues that really aren't coming to the forefront that you may have to decipher. It involves good common sense and psychology. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you.
Ms. Elliott, do you have a question?
Thank you. Hi, Ellen.
Hi.
Hi. As a judge, you may be asked or may have to rule against those parties who you would typically, not the individuals, but those who you would likely have represented and advocated for in the past.
Mm-hmm.
How would you be able to work around that, knowing that your pool would typically be to those who may be underrepresented or unrepresented?
I think I'm very much into fairness. I would apply the law to the facts. That's bottom line. I mean, there's nothing else there. No favoritism, no nothing. It's applying the law to the facts and going from there. That's what our system of law is based upon. And we have our statutes, our case law, and our Constitution, and we need to uphold it. And so I know that people are going to get hurt and that they aren't going to be happy, but you have to follow the law.
Thank you.
Mr. Terry, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Ellen, at the start, you mentioned that you retired and kind of finished your career, but then that you saw this as a capstone to finish out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have some time frame as to how long you think that would be for you to, if you got the judgeship?
Well, I would serve as long as I'm eligible to serve.
Yes, I understand that.
Yes. So if I would get this position, I will be up for confirmation by the public, by the voters, I think within 2 years at the next election.
22.
22, yes, so that I would be up then. And then I would be serving another 4 years after that. And then it would have to depend upon the age limitations that the state of Kansas has imposed.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Robb, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Ellen, I've talked to a lot of lawyers and other people about all of the candidates and got an unsolicited email from a lawyer in Hutchinson who said, in part, quote, "You're not going to find a lawyer in Hutchinson who has anything bad to say about Ellen." And that would fall in line with the people that I had spoken with kind of across the board. I was impressed by your opening statement where you used the word learned, and that you had learned how to listen, how to use common sense, how to have an open mind, how to apply a lot of the facts, and how to assure fairness. And especially you learned about chickens.
Yes.
Which I think serve all those things, maybe not the chickens, serve well in the judge job. My question involves, in discussing this position with the current district judges, more than one of them said that describe this position as more than a full-time job. So I'd like you kind of to react to your perceived thoughts about what you think the workload is in this position.
Oh, I would agree with that. I think the workload will be heavy. I'm willing to spend whatever hours are necessary to do my job. I'm not a slacker. I've always worked hard. And yes, I foresee that weekends and evenings may be necessary, and you just have to do what you're required to do. yes, understand that very much.
Right. And last but not least, Mr. Westfall.
Thank you very much. First of all, Ellen, I would like to give you a geography quiz and test. How many counties are in the 9th Judicial District?
2.
Okay. You keep mentioning McPherson, and I used to live up there and work for the sheriff up there, but we're down here, and our caseload here will keep you busy if you're selected. I'll guarantee you that. A lot of your work, of course, has been with the, as you say, the most vulnerable. You have very limited time with criminal or traffic, but have you been in any cases in that group that has had to go to the appellate court or the Supreme Court? And if you could briefly describe what it was and if they upheld your position.
Yes, I did. It was, I'm thinking it was a matter regarding paying fees for a child in our custody at a secure facility. There's always so many issues in state government, and money is a big one. And the issue is whether SRS or the county paid for the child at the secure facility, and I think the facility at that time was in Hayes. I went up, I wrote the brief and argued and went up to the appeals courts, the Kansas Court of Appeals, and I did win that case. Most of our appellate work, well, nearly all of it, was done by our attorneys in central office. The local area attorneys gave their direction and their advice and all that legal advice to the local agencies and local area directors. But then the Secretary of SRS had a whole bunch of attorneys assigned to each different unit within SRS. So they usually did all of the appellate work. And if not, they assisted the local. I know Sedgwick County had the attorney there, did some appellate work, but the central office attorneys always took the lead in all those cases.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from the commission? All right, Ms. Neufeld, I'll give you the last word. If there's anything else that you would like for the commission to know in considering your nomination, now's your chance.
Well, I really think I've covered most everything. I really would be honored to be appointed as district magistrate judge, and I would do my best to serve the citizens of McPherson and Harvey counties. Yes, I have been saying McPherson County, and I should have included Harvey County because I spent lots of time in Harvey County. I started when Judge Sturm was there, and then Judge Walker and Judge Ice and Judge Dickinson. I have not appeared in front of Judge Wilder, but Harvey County kept me very busy. I was there a lot, and I worked a lot with the police department over there. T. Walton, who was in the police department, and then he went over to the sheriff's office. I got to know him very well, and he worked so well with our social workers there. So anyway, I appreciate so much your time, taking your time to interview me today. So.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Neufeld. It's good to see you again, and yes. I appreciate your nomination, and I wish you a good evening, and we'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you have to press leave now on your computer. All right.
I will do so.
All right. Before you let the next person in, Tiffany, do we have, let's see, Gary Price in the waiting room?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Is there anything the commissioners would like to say before we bring Mr. Price into the room? All right, Tiffany, you may go ahead and escort Mr. Price in.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Price.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. I'm Justice Wilson, and on behalf of myself and the other members of the Shawnee County, or I'm sorry, no, I'm in Shawnee County. I'm the, sorry, that was automatic. On behalf of the 9th Judicial District Nominating Commission, I want to welcome you, Mr. Price, to your interview this afternoon.
Thank you.
And to get us all started and break the ice, I would like for you, if you will, to give us a 3 to 5 minute or so introduction and include why you believe that you are the best candidate to succeed Judge Hilgers for District Magistrate Judge in McPherson County.
Okay, thank you. I know a few of you, so a few of you probably have seen my face around. For the rest of you, I'm Gary Price. I'll try not to go through the whole resume because I know you've all had an opportunity to take a look at that. But I have been married for 29 years. My wife and I have 7 children. We have 3 grandchildren. Been practicing law now for about 21 years. During that time, I've primarily been either in prosecution or in private practice doing either defense work, domestic work, little of everything, but primarily defense work as well as domestic work. Obviously, I'm also a municipal court judge. I've been in Lynchburg now it's now been 12 years. Actually, it's been 13 years now. Recently, within the last couple of years, I also took over for Miss Bauer, actually, in both Canton and in Mound Ridge Municipal Court. I believe that the experience that I've had over the years doing, both prosecution, doing defense work, doing domestic work, as well as being on the bench in municipal court, I think that gives me a good basis to obviously learn the position as magistrate. I don't want to pretend that I would come in and know absolutely every in and out of the position, but I think that I would have a good foundation. Think that one of the things that I think is important as a judge, as I've done this for 21 years all over the state, I think being humble enough to know that you can learn the position is important. And I think that's something that I would bring to the table. Beyond that, I'd just be happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
All right, thank you, Mr. Price. A couple of the commissioners have been assigned to do official background checks for you to introduce you. So I will turn it over to Amy Bauer and Harris Terry. Who would like to go first?
Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Gary.
How are you, ma'am?
It's been a while. I'm well, thanks. In your 21 years of service, I would guess, especially in domestic and criminal, there's been many frustrations or obstacles in the nature of those cases. Could you identify for us the primary or what you see maybe as the obstacle that you continue to have to face, and just explain how you manage that, knowing that probably something that can't be solved?
Yeah, probably the biggest obstacle in any of the commissioners that are attorneys that have worked in private practice have probably gone through this is communication with clients. At times, it frankly feels like maybe you take their case a little more seriously than they do. Trying to get them in to meet with you to discuss their case beforehand, showing up in court when they're supposed to, things such as that. That's probably the biggest, I guess, frustration, if you want to put it that way. And the way that I've tried to deal with that is to just try to have constant communication, be it through letters, be it through email, phone calls, things like that. and it seems to work pretty well. Actually, since we've been on Zoom, believe it or not, it actually has seemed to work out a little better. We now have email addresses for everyone, so that's a little easier to communicate with them, and people have very little excuses for not showing up for court appearances when they can do it from their home. But yeah, that's probably the biggest thing that I find having to overcome on a regular basis.
Mr. Terry.
Hi, Gary.
How are you, sir?
It's my understanding that about 2 days a week is spent in Harvey County and then 2 days up in McPherson County.
Mhm.
And then you're still doing the 3 different places for judging, is that correct?
Correct. As far as currently, it isn't necessarily 2 days a week in Harvey County, 2 in McPherson. It varies from week to week because I do a lot in McPherson and Harvey, but I also do a lot in Marion County and a fair amount in Rice County as well. I would say probably on average, I'm in Harvey County probably at least twice a week on average. And then on the municipal courts in Lynchburg, that's 2 Tuesday afternoons a month. Generally doesn't run the entire afternoon, but starts at 1:30. Generally will run for a couple of hours. Then Canton is 1 Tuesday morning a month, which happens to fall on the same day as one of my 2 Lynchburg afternoons. And then Mound Ridge is 1 Wednesday afternoon a month. In fact, I have Mound Ridge tomorrow afternoon, and that generally runs an hour on average to an hour and a half. So keep plenty busy.
If it became a problem or a conflict, you'd be willing to give up those judgeships, this position?
Yeah, I would if it became necessary. Just to be completely honest, my preference would be to only do the district magistrate. But from a financial standpoint, frankly, that's the rationale behind trying to keep those positions currently, to try to supplement what the magistrate position salary.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Westfall, how about we start with you this time? Do you have a question?
Sure. As you have served in judge positions over the last few years and all that, of course, your rulings can be appealed to the district court system. About how many of those cases has that occurred in? Do you know?
I don't always know when they are appealed, but I typically do. And honestly, over the period of time that I've been in Lynchburg, I would maybe a dozen times, I would say. Many of those being from repeat individuals. But I would say probably 12 to 15 times, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Adrian, do you have a question?
Yes, hi, Gary.
How are you, sir?
Have you ever had to represent a client whose position and morality, I would say, went against your personal beliefs? And if so, how did you handle that?
Quite often, actually, especially in the criminal defense work that I do, and some of the higher level felonies, because I handle everything from the lower level drug felonies all the way up through level 1 and even off-grid felonies. Just try to keep the frame of mind basically that every individual has the right to have counsel. Every individual has the right to be represented in court and to have in those cases, the state prove that case beyond a reasonable doubt. It can be difficult at times, but I have handled it so long that I've been able to deal with that pretty easily.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. McKinney, do you have a question?
Hi, Gary. I'm just curious, in 21 plus years in practice, I'm sure you've appeared in front of many judges, both in municipal court as well as state court, perhaps even in federal court. What do you think is the single most important quality or characteristic for a judge to possess while they're on the bench?
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Again, I think staying humble is important, because I have been in, as you said, in front of many, many judges, and I hate to use this term, but there are some judges, and quite frankly, a very small percentage, that get what we refer to as robitis, and basically, I know everything, and staying away from that, I think, is very important, and communication is very important. Being able to communicate with the litigants, be it a prosecutor, defense attorney, be it especially with pro se individuals that don't have counsel, trying to walk them through the process. I've had, especially in municipal court, I've had people explain that that's some of the only time that some of those individuals are going to be exposed to the judicial process is going to be, they get a traffic ticket and they come to court. And I think it's very important that judges represent the judicial system well. And I think being humble and communicating to individuals is the best way of doing that, and not, feeling that because you're on the bench or you have the robe on that you know everything and know better than everyone.
Thank you.
Mr. Robb, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Gary, I was impressed with your opening statement where you indicated you were humble enough to learn the position. And I was also impressed with your remarks about robitis or robe fever. I've talked to many lawyers in both counties, as I always do in these deals, and people are pretty uniform. Likes him. This job is in his wheelhouse. Would do a great job. I also talked to multiple judges who indicated that this is more than a full-time job. It hasn't been treated as a full-time job quite in the past. But you again mentioned that you wanted to retain municipal judgeships for the financial aspect to it. How do you react to the fact that the job may take more than a full-time job, but still wanting to retain outside employment?
I'm frankly, over the years of practice, I'm used to 40 hours of being a part-time job. And I believe that with the way that the municipal courts are structured, I can still coordinate all of the dockets that I would need to coordinate as a magistrate around those times. For example, probably the only times that I would not be able to actually schedule something in the same afternoon or morning that I would have a municipal court would be in Lynchburg, because it is more difficult to gauge how long you're going to be there. But for example, with Canton, I know that I could schedule things later in the morning and have no problem getting there by later in the morning, because it starts at 9 o'clock. Generally takes less than an hour usually. Mound Ridge, same thing on that one Wednesday afternoon. We start at 1 o'clock, generally about an hour. So I could, schedule stuff mid to late afternoon. And obviously would be there 5 days a week at the times that I would not be in municipal court. If it frankly came down to, something that I could not dedicate enough time to the magistrate position, then obviously I would reevaluate and let go of those municipal courts. But I think that it is something that would be doable, in my opinion. And obviously, I'd also rely on, the other judges in the judicial district to let me know if they think that, it's becoming an issue. And if it is, then that's something I would definitely move away from.
Thank you. Ms. Elliott, do you have a question?
Thank you. Hi, Gary.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. What is the most difficult thing that you've experienced about being a municipal court judge, and how have you handled that?
Most difficult is probably dealing with some individuals, and frankly, it's not that often, but some individuals that have very little respect for the judicial process or the court itself. I don't, like to think that I have the robitis, as I put it, but at the same time, when someone comes into court, they do owe certain deference to that office and to that court. And there are at times, and it's generally not counsel, obviously. But when a pro se litigant comes in at times, and they don't want to be there, they clearly show very little respect for the court. How to go about dealing with that while at the same time not going overboard, with the way that you react to that. That's probably the biggest thing. And dealing with individuals that don't like to come to court when they're supposed to come to court, and have multiple times that they don't come to court. That's another difficulty. Sorry.
How do you address when those individuals don't have deference to the court? What's been your practice?
I try to, first of all, I try to stay calm about it and explain to them that, this is a court, this is not a playground, and that there, needs to be certain decorum, within the courtroom, and just try to explain it to them in a calm fashion as much as I can. And frankly, if it's bad enough, and it rarely is, but if it's bad enough, and I think it's necessary, I'll just let them know, hey, we're going to pass this over to, next month if it's municipal court, and would like you to come back and think before you come in how you want to address the court. And the few times that I've done that, the people have seemed to get the point.
Thank you.
And Mr. Andros, do you have a question?
Yes, I actually have two. The short one is, do you not also do pro tem work in McPherson as well?
Yeah, I have done pro tem work in McPherson Municipal Court for Judge Mills. That's something I would not plan on continuing to do, because I think that first of all, that's something that's not a necessarily set thing that can be scheduled around. At times it is, because Judge Mills typically takes 2 or 3 weeks off in the spring of each year, and we coordinate that before he schedules it. But I wouldn't plan on continuing to do that.
My next question, a little heavier, is this in today's environment with the disdain of the public regarding law enforcement and the judiciary, do you see any, what can you give to the system to help that process become better?
Well, I think my background, having been on both sides, gives me a little different perspective. I like to explain it when someone's been just a career prosecutor, for example, a police report is black and white. It is what it is. When you've been on the other side of things, you realize that there's a person behind that police report, and not only a person behind that police report, but the way that one individual may see a situation is going to be different than the way another individual sees a situation. And I think having that perspective in trying to show, respect also to the individuals in court. I mean, just because you're the judge, you owe them as much respect as they owe to you. And I think trying to, again, stay humble and be respectful, I think is helpful in that situation generally. And trying to make sure that they understand that you see both sides of things.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. I think all of the commissioners have had a chance to ask at least one question, so I'll open it up. Are there any other questions that any of the commissioners might have?
I have one more. Oh, and I think Ms. Bauer was talking but was muted, so she may have been talking before me.
Okay, well, Ms. Elliott, we'll let you go first, and then Ms. Bauer.
Gary, how would you, if you have to take a decision under advisement, how would you be timely about getting that decision to the litigants?
Yeah, that's a frustration of mine as well as many council. Taking something under advisement, you cannot wait weeks and weeks and months to get a decision out, because there's an individual behind that decision that's relying on you making a timely decision. I would just, frankly, just to be honest, ensure that I put that at the top of my to-do list. Make sure that I get a decision made and communicate that, be it through email, be that through letter, to both sides within a very short period of time. I have to probably take it up on a case-by-case basis on how, how much time I think it's going to take to make a decision, and try to give the individuals there in court an idea as to a time frame, rather than just leaving it wide open. I'll get back with you within a week, or I'll get back with you within 2 weeks, something like that.
Thank you.
Ms. Bauer?
Thank you. I think there's some lag. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, a little bit of lag.
The word of 2020, am I on mute?
Right. I know, Gary, you said you wanted to remain humble, but can you tell us what you think your strongest characteristic is today for you to serve in this role?
I would say probably just perspective. Again, I mean, I hate to beat a dead horse, so to speak, but having been on both sides of things, both in, especially in criminal, being on prosecution and defense, being able to take facts and apply them to the law without having a preconceived notion as to what the outcome of the case should be. And also in, domestic cases, for example, obviously I've handled difficult domestic cases where my client's been the difficult party, and also situations where I think at least the other attorney's client has been the difficult party. So having that perspective, I think would be something that would lend well to the position.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the commission? All right, Mr. Price, well, thank you very much for visiting with us today. I'm going to give you the opportunity to have the last word and let the commission know anything that you think they should know that you haven't had a chance to talk about.
Okay, I appreciate it. It's an honor to be considered for this. I guess an individual I would consider one of my mentors was a judge that I met when I was in college, Fred Benson. Went into college thinking I was going to become a history teacher, a social studies teacher, and got to know Judge Benson, and he was such a humble individual that if you talk to him, if you have a preconceived notion of what a judge is, you wouldn't have thought of that of Judge Benson. And I like to think that I try to go about my day that same way. Trying to, again, I hate to keep using the same term humble, but I like to think of myself as a humble individual. I like to think I'm not arrogant. I've worked with attorneys that I think I could say I am much different from. But I think that my background would lend well to the bench, and just appreciate being considered.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Price. I appreciate your time, and I've enjoyed getting to know you better. And we'll be in touch.
Okay.
So if you could just press the end now.
Absolutely.
Have a good day.
All right. Thank you.
All right, members of the commission, we have down on our agenda that we're going to take a 15-minute break. Just one thing, possibly during that break or at some time, might be a good idea to make some copies of the ballots that were sent to you by email. You might want to have that with you so that you can mark them as we go along. I think the decision had been made at the last meeting that we were just going to announce the votes that you have out loud. But I said if there are two people who are, at least two people who are uncomfortable with that, we can have a process where you can take a picture of your ballot and then email it to me. And at least for purposes of today's meeting, it would be anonymous. Of course, the ballots are subject to open records requests. But does anyone prefer to have the ballots done more anonymously by taking a picture and emailing it or texting it to me? Okay, I don't see anyone raising your hand, so that means, I assume, that you'll all just be announcing your votes out loud when the time comes. Okay, we'll be in recess until 2:45. What I would suggest is that you don't leave the meeting. Just in the lower left corner, you can mute and also stop your audio. So we won't be able to see you, we won't be able to hear you, and then come on a couple of minutes before 2:45. We'll see you then.
Tiffany, can you hear me? Okay. It said my speaker changed, and so I wanted to, because I plugged it in, so I want to make sure didn't mess it up.
Okay. No, I can hear you. Sorry, I was on mute too.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. It's 2:45, and so we are back in our meeting after a short break. Tiffany, do we have Susan Robson in the waiting room?
We do.
Okay, is there anything any of the commissioners want to say before we get started with Ms. Robson's interview? All right, will you please escort her into the meeting?
Yes, I will.
Good afternoon. Are you Susan Robson?
I am Susan Robson.
All right, I'm Justice Evelyn Wilson. It's nice to meet you. And on behalf of the 9th Judicial District Nominating Commission and myself, I want to welcome you to your interview today.
Thank you.
Sure, I'd like to start out giving you the chance, Ms. Robson, to give us in about 3 to 5 minutes, kind of introduce yourself and let us know why you would be a great candidate to succeed Judge Hilgers as the District Magistrate Judge for the 9th Judicial District.
Okay. Well, I know some of you, but again, for some of you who I don't know, my name is Susan Robson. I have been in the practice of law for about 30 some odd years. If you look at my paperwork that I've turned in, I have had sort of a varied practice. I have been in private practice, and I was served as the Marion County attorney for 16 years, and now I'm back in private practice. I miss being in the courtroom, and I miss being a public servant. And that's what I see a judge as being, as a public servant. Both being in private practice and in public service have many things in common. Those are that no 2 days are alike. If you're an attorney, you know that no 2 cases are alike, no 2 days are alike. And I really love that about the law. You don't get bored practicing law. Also, you have to be able to juggle many things at once. And I have learned, being a small town lawyer as well as a prosecutor, how to keep many cases ongoing and pursue them to the fullest extent of the law. I also think that you have to be able to speak with many different people and communicate with them on many different levels. And I think that I have the ability to do that. I have enjoyed practicing in several different courts, and the courts that I enjoy the most and the judges that I enjoy the most being in front of are those that treat every participant with respect. It doesn't matter if we agree about everything, but we all do need to treat each other with respect. And I tried to do that as a prosecutor, whether I was speaking with the defendant, defense counsel, or parents who were in the courtroom because of issues with their children. And I try and do that in my private practice. And if I would be so lucky as to be chosen today, I would try and bring that to my job every day. And I think that's all I have to say right now. So.
Okay, well, I would say that's a great introduction.
Thank you.
A couple of the commissioners have been assigned to do official background checks for you, Ms. Robson. So I'm going to turn it over to Ann Elliott and Jana McKinney for your first questions. Whichever one of you wants to begin.
Yes, I'll start. Hi, Susan. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm going to turn you up just a little bit because I'm having trouble hearing. So.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, after talking to lots of different people who you've worked with, both for and against, everyone had great things to say about you. So what, and about your ability to be respectful to every participant, and I think patience was used a lot, but what do you believe your strongest asset or strength is to be a judge?
I think I have the ability to be objective and to listen to all sides, but then also apply the law to whatever issue is at hand. You know, we all have our opinions about how things should be, but I think in this position, you need to listen to what has been presented to you and apply the applicable law and try and keep your personal feelings out of it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. McKinney.
Hi, Susan. Hi. I also had a chance to visit with several people that you have worked with, and they described you as contemplative and having common sense and intuitive and dependable, which are all really important things for a judge to possess. I'm curious, what I did not hear were maybe some of your weaknesses. So what would you see as a weakness that you bring to the bench?
I think sometimes I tend to overthink things, or I tend to think about all of the worst case scenarios of things that can happen. I know I overthink things and I worry a lot, and I don't know that that's the best thing to be if you're an attorney, because if that's the case, then you're up a lot. I'm up a lot of times at 4 in the morning thinking about, did I do this? Did I do that? And writing lists all the time. So I wish that I was maybe a little bit more organized or had a better system of bringing things up, reminding me to do things like I just had right there. I guess that's one of my weaknesses that I have. Also, sometimes I can have a bit of a temper, and I have really learned after having small children and to try and control that. And so that is a bit of a weakness that I have, is sometimes I have a pretty light on fire temper.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Terry, do you have a question? Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Terry. We can't hear you.
Now to hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Susan, I noticed in your application that you was elected county attorney up in Ellsworth County,
Yes.
and you chose not to take that position. Could you explain that to me?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes. In 2016, early in 2016, I had decided not to run for the Marion County attorney position again, and I was kind of looking for different things to do. What did I want to do? Where did I want to practice? And I'm from Ellsworth County. My mom lives there. My brother and nephew practice law there. And I was approached by a family member to see if I wanted to run for Ellsworth County attorney. So after discussing it with my husband, I thought, yeah, this is a good change. I'm going to try this. After winning the primary, all of the chips that had fallen into place had started to fall out of place, and it became readily apparent to myself and my spouse that this was not going to be a good move for us. And so I, after winning the primary, I wrote a letter that was published in it's the Ellsworth Reporter, advising the people that if I was elected at the November election, I would not take office, because I felt like it was necessary to be upfront and honest with everyone about what my intentions were. I was still elected in November, but when the election got certified in January, then I resigned and the Republican Party picked my successor. So,
As a follow-up, if you was appointed this, you'd be required to move to McPherson County. Is that an issue?
that is not an issue. My mom still lives in Ellsworth, and I would be closer to her, and my husband's father lives in Buhler, and he's 90, and so he would really appreciate being a little bit closer. So no, that would not be an issue at all.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Adrian, do you have a question?
I do, but you gave me the opportunity when my home phone line is ringing. So,
Oh, okay.
who would you, since you've probably appeared in front of many judges, who would you, what kind of judge would you be? Give us some examples of what you like in judges.
I like, in Judge Powers, I find him to be very approachable. You still remember that he is the judge, but if you have a question I just find him to be very approachable, and I like that. And Judge Klenda, I know him from when I first started practicing law. And so I appreciate the fact that he has, he's very down to earth and has a sense of humor. Now, it's not something you show in the courtroom, but I do appreciate the fact that I'm able to call him, and I did this prior to him becoming a judge, but I'm able to call him and bounce things off of him and ask him questions. So I would like to think that I would be an approachable person, objective, calm, and a calming presence in the courtroom.
Thank you. Ms. Bauer, do you have a question?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
What do you see as a possible frustration with your job serving as a magistrate?
If I recall right, the magistrate in this judicial district will be doing traffic matters and PFAs and child in need of care cases. And I have to be honest, I really that is the main thing I miss about being county attorney is the child in need of care cases, because I have strong opinions and I really feel like children's needs maybe aren't being met by the system that they're in. So I think not frustration with any of the parties involved, but perhaps frustration with the system that has been set up by the state of how to deal with these cases. But I certainly would want to work with all professionals and all parents to try and help them get their kids back in their homes. But I think that the state of Kansas has maybe made that a little harder for everyone.
Mr. Westfall, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Robeson, you served a good deal of time prosecuting, and you probably have met some clients that you hope you never meet again. However, or people, talk to me a little bit about cases that have been appealed out of the District Court of Marion County that you had to file briefs and or appear before the appellate or Supreme Court, and how successful have you been in that?
Oh, wow, you're in my memory now. In the last, towards the end of my practice, there were not very many things that were appealed. Probably at the beginning of when I was county attorney, there was more appellate things. I can remember a case that was appealed to the district court that had, and actually Judge Hilgers was involved with that. It dealt with a reckless driving conviction. It was a gentleman who he was driving and he ran into a chemical truck, a co-op chemical truck, and the officers who appeared at the scene forgot to test or did not test him for driving under the influence. And so the only thing that could be filed was a reckless driving. And I have to say, it was a decision by the Court of Appeals that gave you the opinion that you had to have intent to be a reckless driver. I still disagree with that. I don't agree with that decision, but that is one thing that I had to deal with. Another had to deal with it was a child molestation case, and there were some issues that came up. Oh, I remember now, sorry. It was a case in which someone was being tried for aggravated battery of their small child. And he had previously been convicted of something very similar. And so I tried to use the past conviction in the current case to show intent, and that got appealed to the Court of Appeals as well. Those are the two that I remember, but I know I probably had 7 or 8 others. It's just, I've slept since then, I guess I'd say.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Andros, do you have a question?
In today's, well, first of all, good afternoon. In today's society, there has been a more or less a poor atmosphere for law enforcement and the judiciary. Do you see any way to help resolve those issues?
Wow, I think.
Well, in light of your.
Yes, I think that the way that we resolve those issues is when someone comes to court, we try and give them the information as to why they are there, what has happened to cause them to have to come visit us, and we treat them with respect. Now, they might not like the reason that they're there. They might not appreciate why we've had to come them into court, but I think being honest and sometimes being blunt with a person gets you a lot farther than trying to hem and haw and not be straightforward with them. I found that, and actually I learned that from one of my secretaries in the county attorney's office. A person would come in and say, hey, I've got this something, and she would flat out tell them, look, it isn't an invitation to come to court, you need to come to court. And she would give them information that they needed, and by the time it was done, they were thanking her. So I think a lot of times we try and make the court system a little scary or not very approachable. I think you need to make it approachable for parties, but I also think you need to be honest with them about why they're there and what they're looking at and treat them with respect.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Thank you. And Mr. Robb, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for being with us this afternoon, Susan.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to lawyers in multiple counties to get their kind of reactions to all the candidates, and many people said that some of your attributes are that you have common sense, you've got a broad background, you're well liked, you're very pleasant, you've got a good temperament. So those comments all serve you well. In the process of doing that, I spoke to all the judges in the district, and they've indicated that this is more than a full-time job. This isn't a way to back off working, and there is more work to do in this position than there is time allowed to do it. So I'd like to know how you react to that.
I would look forward to that challenge. I'm not looking at it as a way to back off and not work as hard. I feel like if the job requires me to, work extra hours every night, I'll do that. If it requires me to go in on a Saturday, I'll do that. It's something that I do right now anyway. Our law firm, and specifically myself, I do between 200 and 250 tax returns between February and April 15th. So working late and working on weekends is not something that distresses me at all. I like to work, and if the work is challenging, I would really look forward to it.
Thank you.
I think each one of the commissioners has had a chance to ask at least one question, so I'll open it up to all of the commissioners. Do any of you have a question that you'd like to pose to Ms. Robson?
I do.
Right.
Susan, it's your experience as an attorney in the courtroom, both as a prosecutor and as a private attorney on the defense side. Timeliness of decisions is important from judges. How would you make sure that you are timely with a decision if you have to take something under advisement?
I understand needing timeliness of a decision. I have had to let clients know that divorce decisions are still haven't come 2 to 3 months later, and that is hard to explain to a client. I think what you do is you get everything together and you set yourself a deadline and you make yourself hold to that deadline, because delaying things or making things go on longer just complicates matters. And so that would be what I would try to do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? All right. Well, Ms. Robson, I'm going to turn it back over to you to see if you have any final comments you'd like to make, or if there's anything at all that you would like for the commission to know at this time. This is your opportunity. So.
Okay. Thank you. Again, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you today. I guess one thing I would bring up is I don't practice regularly in that judicial district. And so if there were an issue about conflicts, I don't believe I would have any. I have 1 or 2 cases that have come up in that judicial district, but I don't have them regularly. I also wanted to speak to the fact that I said one of my weaknesses was my temper. I guess what I would say is there are things that I get passionate about, and those are the things that sometimes rile my temper, but I do not express that to others, or I don't know how to say this, but it's just because I'm passionate about something that maybe I say things a little more strongly than necessary. But I certainly would keep my temperament in court, and I think we all have those things that we feel strongly about. And one of those things that I feel strongly about is looking out for kids. I really appreciate the opportunity. I think I would do a good job, and thank you for your time today.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time also. And I know that it takes a lot of effort to apply for a position like this, and a lot of courage to put yourself out there too. So I appreciate your nomination. I appreciate getting to know you better. I've enjoyed that, and we'll be in touch with you.
Okay.
Ms. Robson, if you want to press the end meeting.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good evening. Okay, it's 3:07 by my computer. So the last interview is not scheduled for about 8 minutes. I don't know whether Ms. Linfors is in the waiting room yet. Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay, well, I guess we have about 5 minutes or so that we can break, and we'll 8 minutes. See you at 3:15. Don't leave us, just mute and stop your video, and we'll see you at 3:15. Okay, I think we have all of the commissioners. And if Tiffany is there, I'll wait till she turns on her video, then I know she's there. Well, welcome the Ninth Judicial District Nominating Commission back after a short break. We are on YouTube in our public meeting, and it looks like from Tiffany's look of concern that I am inferring we may have some technical difficulties with our last nominee getting onto the Zoom. So looks like Tiffany's working hard to get that figured out. Just for the benefit of the public who may be wondering what we're doing. While we're waiting, I think I can discuss, in case that our final candidate is having some trouble getting onto the Zoom, one thing we could possibly do is just take another short break, let the public know that that's what we're going to do while Tiffany works with the final candidate to try to work out any of those technical difficulties. Sometimes things are so instantaneous on Zoom that we forget in real life things happen, like flat tires or delays that might keep someone from starting something at the designated time. Seems like I remember a recent meeting that I had trouble getting onto Zoom for something like 45 minutes. So we had some difficulties in our last meeting. Yes, I've been advised by Tiffany in the chat room that Joanne Hamilton Linfors is having some difficulty joining, and that Tiffany is on the phone with her right now trying to work that out. I know that since we've had the pandemic and Zoom hearings have become more and more common, it's something that has been a challenge for the Supreme Court too, because connectivity issues, Wi-Fi issues, access to the internet is not the same everywhere in the state, and it is and has been a challenge to try to find ways to make that more equitable throughout the state for everyone. Because it's very nice to be able to have that connection. Has saved people having to drive a lot of times great distances when a short hearing can be done by Zoom instead. There we have success, I think. Good afternoon, Ms. Lindfors. Can you hear me? Still hooking up to sound. I still can't hear you. Can you hear me? I think not. Tiffany, do you have a way of communicating with Ms. Lindfors? Can you ask her if she can hear me? Or if she could say something?
Justice Wilson, may I make a recommendation due to prior experience similar to Kingman? The bandwidth and Marquette may not be able to hand her video and audio at the same time. So she may need to do the video over the cell phone system or computer and call in on a landline phone if she has it.
Okay. I will make that suggestion. Another thing too is if it's just too difficult this afternoon, we did set aside time tomorrow morning also that she would have time to get somewhere else.
And we're all learning quickly, bandwidth is a big important thing.
Yes, it is. Well, and it's not just the technology. I'm sure this is causing a lot of stress for her. That is very unfortunate. Tiffany, you're on mute. I don't know if you're trying to talk to me.
Can you bring me my
Okay, she and I are visiting and I can visit with her. She said that she would be happy to do it in over the phone. I just keep my phone here, but she couldn't, you guys wouldn't see her. She wouldn't see you.
Okay, we were talking a little bit while you were talking to Ms. Hamilton with a couple of options, and so one of them might be that she can use her phone, her cell phone for video, and a separate phone to call in for the audio.
Okay.
She has access to another phone, like her husband's phone or someone else's phone.
Okay.
Maybe that would be an option.
Okay.
Or we could reschedule and she could find a different place where she would have more success, or phone interview.
Okay.
I don't have a preference. Would she like to try the 2 phone option?
Let me check with her and then I'll get back.
While Tiffany's doing that, we talked about the other 2 options of rescheduling, having a phone interview, and between those options, possibly letting the nominee, letting Ms. Lindfors choose which she would prefer. I don't know. I'll look to the commission. If this option of using 2 phones doesn't pan out, what would you like to do? Well, how about we let her choose whether she wants to do a telephone interview or reschedule for tomorrow morning? Anybody, how do you feel about that idea?
You know, I think her choosing is really important. And I would say that, well, I can do either. I just check my calendar and I can make that work tomorrow morning if needed. So, but I would rather have her make the choice. So.
Okay. I think that would be a kind thing to do also.
My only issue with tomorrow morning is it can't be first thing. I have a doctor's appointment. It should be available 10 or after.
Okay. Does that work? Is there anyone that would not work for 10 o'clock or after?
I would be available until noon, and then
Okay.
I would be available from 8:30 to 10.
Oh, then that's a problem.
If we're done by 11, I could probably try to move some stuff.
Okay, well, if we started at 10 and the interview is 30 minutes, that would leave 30 minutes for everything else, for discussion and decisions and any executive session. Let's see what Tiffany has to say. Oops.
I can move anything else. I'll make it work.
Okay. Okay, well, that would open up from 10 to noon then, if you can do that, Ms. Bauer. Tiffany says we're getting close.
I think we're going to get this patched through. She is going to connect by video.
Do you see me?
I don't see you yet.
Okay, I see you.
Ms. Linfors, this is Justice Wilson. Can you hear me?
I see your picture now too. Oops, it went back to Tiffany.
Okay.
Okay. If I'm talking, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Well then, yes, I can hear you. While you've been trying your hardest to address the technical issues, and trust me, I know how stressful that can be. I've got some experience there. The commission decided that they would, understanding that this might be kind of stressful for you, we'll leave it to you what your preference is, Ms. Linfors. If you want to go ahead with your phone and do your interview by phone, we really cannot see you, but we can hear you. Or if you would like to reschedule for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and we'll do your interview tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. you'll have a chance between now and then to find a computer that has a little bit more reliable connectivity. What would you prefer to do?
Okay, I will, why don't we reschedule till 10 tomorrow, and I will get a video that, we had tried this out and it worked, but I don't know, it's not today. So yes, it's a little stressful. So is that okay with the other commissioners that I do it till 10 tomorrow?
I think so. I'm going to give them a last chance to object. If anyone objects to rescheduling her interview for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, raise your hand. Okay, I see no objection, Ms. Linfors. And so we'll just plan, Tiffany, can we use the same numbers as we used today? Or will you just send out new numbers?
I will probably send out a new invite.
Okay.
Just to be safe.
Just to be safe. Tiffany, Ms. Linfors, you can expect an invite from Tiffany Fisher, and Tiffany will send that to all of the commission. So we will be in recess then until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone.
And I apologize.
Oh, that's all right, Ms. Linfors. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your patience and your determination. We'll see everyone tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Justice Wilson,
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Westfall.
should we not send an email to the other three candidates, tell them because of technical problems or having to move on?
That's a very good idea. Tiffany, will you please take care of that so they know what's happening?
I certainly will.
Now we see you, Ms.
Now we got you.
And I see you and hear you.
Wow.
Sam.
Yes.
So what happened there? And I see.
You see everyone?
I don't see everyone at one time, but whoever's talking, it goes to the phone.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you probably have it on speaker view, which there is, you have a choice of speaker view or gallery view. Do you want to go ahead then now that we're all hooked up?
I can do that yeah.
Okay, is that all right?
I can't see all members at one time, but I can see you as you speak, and then I don't know what happens when you leave, when I'm just speaking. So, but that's okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What do you see when you're talking?
I see whoever was, like I see you right now, Justice Wilson.
Okay.
But when the other gentleman talked up, I saw him. So I guess if people ask questions, then I'll see who's asking the question. I don't know if they were able to see me.
We all can see you because I
Okay.
think we probably all have it on gallery view. Is it okay with you to proceed or?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Is that all right with the commission?
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome on behalf of myself and the 9th Judicial District Nominating Commission. Welcome, Ms. Linfors, to your interview. Would you like to have a moment to catch your breath?
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
I apologize for the delay here.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We'll start with asking you to introduce yourself to us and let us know in about 3 or 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, why it is that you believe you would be the best candidate to succeed Judge Hilgers as District Magistrate Judge in this judicial district.
Okay. Well, my name is Joanne Hamilton Linfors. I've been practicing law for over nearly 45 years, not quite. And what the magistrate judge's responsibilities include is what I have been practicing for the 45 years that I have been in law. I could step right in without any training except the local rules, of course. And I've worked every area that is involved in the magistrate judge's position. I was born and raised in Lindsborg, Kansas, so McPherson. When I graduated from high school, I went to college at Washburn University and then later Washburn Law School. When I was in law school as a legal intern, I was lucky enough to go into the Shawnee County District Attorney's Office, and there we were responsible for a heavy load of traffic cases and misdemeanors. We were thrown in by fire and heavy caseload, so I'm used to that. Those are the areas that the magistrate judge would follow. Then when Jean hired me, Jean Olander, as the first woman assistant DA, the reason I was hired was not because I was particularly the best candidate, but because of my love of children that I still have and the rights of children. So I was assigned to the child in need of care and juvenile offenders. Again, two areas that the magistrate judge does heavily in the 9th Judicial District. Even when I moved into the adult area of doing the offenses, and I was in the office as an assistant DA for 9 years, those felonies that I did would assist with the magistrate, because when the duties and responsibilities were enlarged to include that we could assist our district judges with preliminary hearings, I would be able to step in and do that, because I've done felonies, over 300 jury trials, but I've done all the way from level 10 up to capital murder. So I would be able to assist the district judges there in McPherson and Harvey County. I only stopped there because the Governor Carlin had appointed me to the parole board, the prison system, and then Governor Hayden kept me on the parole board. Even that sentencing and all the heavy caseload that we carried, because we had about 350 cases per month, expecting serious things, but decisions that would affect people's lives. And that's why I really like and respect the law as to making quick decisions, but important decisions. I went from there to the legislature. Again, that would assist the magistrate's position there in 9th Judicial District, because I was able to learn how to make the law, what the process was. And I still know about a third of those members that could assist our district. And when I went into the felonies, then I remained there and ran for DA for 2 terms. And after that, I returned to my hometown in McPherson. And so I've been home now as long as I was away for 34 years. I've been home now for 39 years, so it's almost equal. I love law. I love doing the law. And I could commence the responsibilities and duties of the magistrate judge there in the 9th Judicial District with my hitting the floor with my feet running for them. And I think that's important. I know a lot of the personnel. I love working and these caseloads. And again, I've done every single one of the duties and responsibilities that the magistrate would have. So I would really enjoy being the next magistrate judge. I can't hear you now.
Thank you, Ms. Linfors. A couple of the commissioners have been assigned to do official background checks of each of you, as have they for each candidate has had 2 people assigned to do the official background check on behalf of the commission. And so I'm going to turn it over to those 2 commissioners who were assigned to do the background check for you, John Robb and George Westfall. Who's going to go first? All right, Mr. Robb.
I'll take it. Hi, Joanne. Can you see me now?
I can.
Okay. I have 2 questions. One, your resume indicates that you've retired once and gone inactive status. And I think we've been informed that you've applied to go back on active status. The question would be, you retired once. Why do you want to unretire?
Well, I really didn't want to retire at the time, and I was working fully, but my husband was diagnosed with cancer, and it was a decision I had to make at the time. We've been fortunate, though, he went through surgery and all the cancer was removed. At least that's what the oncologist says. And I really miss the law. I respect the law. I like to learn each day. I like to make a difference in people's lives. And that's why when I was told that the position has been vacated and asked to apply, I did. And my retirement was just less than 6 months ago. I mean, it was July 1st cycle.
And my second question, I've spoken with all of my half of your references. Chip, I think, spoke with the other half of your references, and I've spoken with lawyers in both counties. Your references all say that you're very good to work with, and I would have to characterize them as glowing and even enthusiastic. As I would tell your references what I was calling about, you could sense an excitement from the people you listed as references. And I think that speaks well for you. In that process, I've spoken with, I think, all of the judges in the district, and multiple judges have indicated that this is more than a full-time job. So how would you react to the notion that this is more than a full-time job?
Well, I've always had to work more than a full-time if we're talking 40 hours. I mean, as DA, I probably worked 60 hours a week with a full family and husband. And now, even with my kids grown and grandkids, I worked how long it took to do it. And I've talked to other magistrates, and they also tell me that it's a very demanding as far as number of cases that you hold and stuff. But I think what makes I don't have any problem with more than a full-time job. I know presently the Judge Hilgers just worked 4 days a week. And when I went to inquire about it, they said, no, I think they want more than that. I don't have a problem with that. Otherwise, I would not have applied. And I've never judged a job from 9 to 5. I've done it as whatever it takes to get it done. And I'm used to heavy caseloads, so that doesn't bother me.
Mr. Westfall.
Thank you very much. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Linsford. I will have to concur with Attorney Rob that your supporters are very adamant in your favor and speak highly of you. My question is that one of my questions is that you working as a DA and as a defense attorney on each side of the fence, what are the number one thing you learned as serving as a DA, and what is important when you serve as a defense attorney?
Well, I would say I thought I liked prosecution more because you've got law enforcement on your background to do all the work and stuff, and you also have victims that you're always working with. And I did a lot of law for victims along with Attorney General Bob Stephan. But the defense and the law, what makes it good is you can't, and both of those are public service jobs. And if you expect to get the thank you from them and not from the satisfaction you get from making a difference in people's lives or just giving them all your all, you're going to be disappointed. And I'm just saying that even after all my years, yeah, there were tiring days, but the satisfaction was making a difference in their lives, whether it was a defendant who I thought very highly of and how his actions did, or because of my prosecution. So I did them almost equally the same again, just as I have the being in the counties the same, McPherson and Shawnee being my only two counties. Prosecution I did for almost 27 years, and then defense for almost equal number.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Justice.
Adrian, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon. I happened to practice in Topeka for 3 or 4 years before moving to my hometown or home area, home county. And at the time that I was there, and I think it preceded you somewhat, there was at least one firm that was sort of growing that would give ample opportunity to, let's say, bring excessive controversy to, and so I was wondering, in your many years in prosecution there in Shawnee County, did you ever lose your temper? And if so, how did you handle that?
Well, I'm not going to say I didn't lose my temper, because I don't remember ever losing my temper in the courtroom to affect that way. But I battled because I said when I was elected that I was going to fight against Reverend Fred Phelps and the horror that they give to victims and victim family, including my family. They'd come out and picket in my yard with my children. So I would say that probably the only time I really lost my temper was when they sued me 7 times in federal court and then would lie to the judge. I mean, that was lying. And then another time that was controversial was when the sheriff, and Dave Maneely and I got along very, very well. We even campaigned together the second time. He was a Republican, I was a defendant, but we loved, and I love law enforcement. But then we had a drug issue in which one of his officers was skimming from the top. And when I went to him, he said, no, we're going to ignore this, Joanne. You know, nobody's going to believe a defendant over my officers. And he actually had to be charged. The officer admitted to it, but it really split the department. And it made me angry at him, not again in the courthouse, but it made me angry that he would think that we would not do justice and obey the law and the Constitution as to rights just because we have had defendants. And that was before I'd done any defense work. So
thank you.
I'm very passionate about my arguments.
Mr. Andros, do you have a question?
Well, you kind of touched on it. Good afternoon, of course.
Hi.
In today's society, there seems to be an atmosphere of distrust for law enforcement and the judiciary. In light of your proposed position, do you see anything that you can do to help that situation?
Well, I think the best thing to do it, because I agree with you fully that there's so much hate that's going on, and I hope that changes. But how I help it is to remain professional, to remain, it doesn't help to, well, I have to tell you what my ethics teacher in law school, if any of you knew the late Terry Bullock, he always said one thing: when we argue with somebody, to be respected, don't have a pissing contest with a skunk. And I always remembered that, even though my mother hated the P word, but I always remembered that when I would talk to, because so many attorneys weren't respectful of the law, and therefore law enforcement didn't have a bad reputation like it does now. Unfortunately, one bad apple makes for the other, but attorneys always have been not at the top of everybody's list. We're just short of being, at the bottom of the list with the dentist. But I've tried, even in my profession of being a woman attorney and then a DA, when I was called many names, I think that you just have to be professional about it.
Thank you.
Ms. Bauer, do you have a question?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Joanne, would you be able to tell us about a time in which you were effective and also then a time in which you were ineffective?
Well, actually the same experience probably. As far as when I was ineffective was when I was doing cases in the prosecution's office, and John Slowback, who was a representative at Lawrence, came to me and said, we need to make some law changes, and I was doing sexual assaults then. And when I went before the legislator, he thought that as a female prosecutor, I could make a lot of effect on the judicial system and other pays. I was totally ineffective. I mean, they thought that a woman in the courtroom didn't belong there. And we're talking late 70s and early 80s. And that wasn't very happy. But how we turned that around was no laws were changed that year. But the next year I said, okay, it's not us they want to hear. They want to hear from who this law will affect. And so I brought in, along with his help, the representative's help, we brought in 7 victims of sexual assault who could tell us how they felt, like a woman who had been raped by her husband, but the law then said she couldn't because she wasn't yet divorced during that period of time when they filed. And it became very effective. We made changes in 3 different areas of that. And after that is when Bob Steffen said we need a victims task force. And we were able to, again, with the work, and we didn't discuss whether we were Democrats or Republicans. We were just trying to make a real difference in what went on.
Ms. McKinney, do you have a question?
Good afternoon. Obviously, with 45 years in the field and over 300 jury trials, you have spent many, many hours practicing in front of a judge. And I am curious to know what you think the single most important characteristic that a judge possesses is.
I think, having experienced a lot of bad situations, I think the most important one is, besides the knowledge and knowing what the law is being prepared, is respect. And that is, I'm not talking about just respect for them to respect me, but respect for them, including all the parties, whether it be a defendant, an offender, whether it be a child, a juvenile offender, who I can tell you many of the juvenile offenders that came before me and before the parole board, I mean, they hated authority, and treating them badly only made it worse. So I think it's respect, and I have high respect for other attorneys, other people, but also mainly for the law and making sure justice is done, the fairness. And that's where my experience, again, because I've been on both sides and seen it all, more or less in the system, I think that would help me and assist me.
Thank you.
Ms. Elliott, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Hi, Joanne.
Hi.
What do you, oh, you're okay. What do you think is your best strength that you haven't mentioned yet today, and a weakness to be a judge?
Well, without, I can go to the weakness first, because the strength would be what I have noted. But the weakness probably that I have is sometimes I don't, I get upset over people who are not prepared. I hate to see particularly serious cases, and to me, the children's cases, the juvenile cases, the sink cases, the domestics, those affect those lives that can't speak for themselves. So when they're unprepared, they haven't talked with their parties. They haven't talked to see what their basis is. I would assume continue the case and say that I can't make a decision when you're not prepared. So that is, the expectation I expect is what I would have put into it. And so my strongness, not that which is all the years of experience and knowledge, is probably that I'm a super organized person, almost obsessive about it. So that's why I could handle as DA having 3 kids and a husband, and I've just been able to be very organized. My mother had 5 kids and work, so, and a husband. So I guess that would be my organization.
Thank you.
Mr. Terry, do you have a question?
Hi, Joanne. No,
Hi.
I don't. I think it's been covered pretty well.
Thank you.
All right. Well, all of the commissioners have at least had a chance to ask one question. So I'll open up the floor. Are there any other questions for Ms. Lindfors? All right. If not, I will turn it back over to you, Ms. Lindfors. If there's anything else that you would like for the commission to know when making decisions about your nomination, now is your chance to let us know.
I think that everyone has covered it with their questions. And again, I apologize for the delay here, but I'm just asking that I would serve the judicial district fairly, and you won't be sorry that you would select me if you do. And I'm asking that you do.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for being so flexible. And I'll ask you just to end the call, if you would. I don't know where to tell you to push on your phone. But
I will turn my phone off and see. All right. Thank you very much,
thank
Justice.
you. Thank you. Have a good evening. We'll be in touch.
And you're going to make the decision tonight, or?
Well, I don't know. I think we hope to go into discussion, and so hopefully we will.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye. Okay, I think she has left the public meeting now. That does conclude our interviews. And so at this time, if you would like to go into executive session to discuss one of the two areas, either the sensitive financial information contained with personal financial records or official background checks of the candidate, I would entertain a motion at this time for one of those two reasons, or both. Does anyone want to make a motion to go into executive session for either of those purposes? Okay, I don't see anyone who is moving to do so, so we'll remain in the public meeting. And now is the time that you all have the opportunity to discuss the nominees for the position, all four nominees, talk to each other, and then when you're all finished, then we can begin the process of selection.
Well, I'll start out a little bit here. All the people I interviewed in the criminal justice field, all of them were qualified, and therefore, whichever one would choose, at least with that part of it's covered. Preferences on their choices, and I'll leave that open until I make a decision on how I want to vote. But I think it went pretty well, and I think we got some good candidates.
You know, this Tom, I want to say that I've known Ellen Neufeld the longest, Susan Robson some, and Gary and Joanne only, I think, from their appearances at prior interviews when other judges were appointed. And so I walked into this probably with a prejudice for Ellen and Susan. And I probably still have some of that, but I must say that I was impressed with the other two. I just think we're fortunate in having 4 applicants, all of whom, in my view, would be qualified to do the job. And I don't think anything that we've discussed today or seen today would disqualify any of them. I guess I'm going to say, though, that I still have that preference, and that I would still view probably Ellen as number 1 and Susan as number 2 in my choices. Mainly, I think, because of their what I know their temperament to be, their sort of life views. I just feel most comfortable with them, and I think from all that I've gathered, that has been reported, and other information that I've received, I think we'd be never ever embarrassed by appointing one of them to this position.
I'll go, I guess. I was also impressed with all 4 of them. I'm thankful that we have 4 good candidates. That's a good problem to have, as opposed to the opposite end, where we wouldn't have good candidates. I spoke with a number of different people with regard to Miss Robson, some of whom were on her list and some of whom were not on her list. All of them, it was if you had a theme, it was patience, and that she's very good at listening, is what I was told repeatedly, that she's sometimes maybe patient to a fault with folks. So I know that as a magistrate, you have to be able to speak with and communicate effectively, not only with attorneys, but with pro se litigants and people who are just, by the nature of what a magistrate judge hears, in a difficult spot, whether it's in a PFA or a small claims action where things may get emotional quickly. Susan has good experience with that as the county attorney, and all of the attorneys and other folks I spoke with said she handles that well. It was interesting to me that she said that she has a temper. I have worked with Susan and seen her in court, and never once would I have seen her have a temper or nothing that I've seen people have tempers. And so I don't know what her gauge of that is, and none of the folks I spoke with would have even come close to that. I also know Ellen, and she and Susan have a very similar temperament, very easygoing, I guess mild-mannered, but very respectful to everyone who they encounter. Some folks volunteered information about Miss Linforce and would have different things to say about her temperament, maybe a little more polarizing than the other 3. Now, whether that's because she was opposite of them or just knew the law or was more prepared, I don't know, but was a little bit different in the reporting that I received on that. And my experience with Mr. Price is that he's always had an pretty even-keeled temperament as well. I would be a little bit concerned about his time commitment. When I spoke with Judge Wilder, she emphasized that it is certainly a full-time, more than a full-time job, and they would be able to utilize a magistrate judge even more than they had been able to utilize Judge Hilgers. And so certainly we would want someone who's willing to commit to that.
I'd like to jump on the time thing. That came up with everybody I talked to in the court systems and the attorneys that contacted me, and that is an issue. Although the district court or the court time, it still would be available 5 days a week and working around it. I don't know if it's important that we go from 4 days to 5 days with a magistrate, but I don't know if the city court times is going to take that much away. I listened for and looked for broad experience in what they handle in cases. I also looked at resumes and looking at, do they have the fortitude to control a courtroom? Sometimes that can be a pretty big issue. And you got a wide variety from traffic cases to misdemeanor stuff coming in, the small claims, all that. It's a wide variety, and it is does require that the cases move along on time and keep the backlog down, because as you all know, with the COVID, we are backlogged in all the judicial district courtrooms. So, and then also adapting to video and the new technologies we have. I'll cease for a while. Thank you.
I would just, add to what Ann shared, because the folks that I talked to said essentially the same thing that Ann had already shared as far as temperament. All of them having a very calming, or at least neutral for the courtroom, with the exception of there were a few who had reservation about Miss Linfors and her temperament. And that was not just the courtroom, but that was other members that might be involved in a case, whether that be clerks or the parties or the other attorneys. And then breadth of knowledge, I also received the same amount of, or the same insight that Ann and Chip did. They, especially Gary and Susan, have an extreme variation. There was a little bit of question that maybe Ellen didn't, but Ellen also shared with us that she was a willing student. So.
I think what I picked up was two things from the interviews. The first thing that Ellen said was, I learned to listen, and she used the listen word and deemed that as important. And the second thing that Susan said was, listen to what is presented, and then leave personal feelings out of it and decide. And I think listening is an extremely important attribute for a judge. Those two both emphasized it right up front. I've had the same comments from members of the bar and others about Joanne having maybe a little stronger personality, and so I've had that concern. With Gary Price, I am concerned about the desire to retain or to approach this as maybe a part-time job, or to retain outside employment. I think this is a full-time job, and so I have a concern there. So I guess I would agree with Tom. I would sort of gravitate toward Ellen and Susan as being the top tier. I did hear from the people I spoke to, and we probably can't go wrong. They're all great folks. So we're talking nuances here.
I spoke to several people as well in regards to all of the candidates, even though Susan was who I was primarily assigned to. And I'm going to kind of go in reverse order a little bit. Nothing that has not already been talked about on Joanne. I think she's extremely competent. I think all of these candidates were competent, and we are lucky that we have got 4 qualified people to pick from. Gary, my only concern with him is his commitment to time. And I know he indicated that he would be willing, if it's an issue, to give that up. But even if it's only a half a morning here or a half a morning there, you know, Judge Hilders was only in the office 4 days a week. It is not a 4-day-a-week position. I know originally that he was not doing SINC cases, child in need of care cases, JV, juvenile cases, or prelims. The person that takes this position, they are wanting to put those type of cases back onto their caseload. So I think that that is an important consideration, that it's going to be more than just traffic and small claim and limited action cases. It's going to be basically everything except for felony cases, criminal cases, and it would be, you know, some prelims. So I think the candidate, you know, needs to be well-rounded and able to do that. Susan and Ellen had very similar comments as far as what people had to say. I had things said about Ellen as far as she knows the law. She's extremely competent. She's ethical. I had one person tell me she's absolutely above board in everything that she does. When I was a court reporter for the 9th Judicial District, I worked with Ellen in a very limited capacity. When she would come in and work with Judge Ice and Judge Walker, I always found her to be extremely professional, very courteous, just easy to work with. And I think temperament is something that also needs to be considered. I heard very similar things about Susan. Common sense, contemplative, fair. She would make a terrific judge. People in her community would hate to see her leave. The only red flag that I really had with Susan was when I contacted initially some of her references, they were not aware that they had been listed as a reference. So other than that, very minor, as John said, you're talking very minor differences, but I do think we cannot go wrong with any person that we would pick. And honestly, they all bring different certain nuances to the district.
You know, I want to spring on something Chip said about control of the courtroom, because I hadn't thought about that. That was a good observation. I think Joe Dickinson really is, I mean, I've always seen him in control of his courtroom, and he does it by showing respect to everybody. And he is so courteous, and I mean, everybody feels like they've been heard, whether they come out on top or not. I think he's just a excellent judge in that regard. And so I use that, how I see his personality and how he handles his courtroom, as really as an example of what I would ask the magistrate to do. And so I think, again, both in the description of both Ellen and Susan, I think we would have that kind of control. Control is not power. It's respect. And so I think we would get that with both of them.
I'm going to jump in. We lost Mike Andros for just about 15 or 20 seconds. So Mike, did you want Mr. Adrian to repeat part of what he said?
If you don't mind, please. And I missed the last part of
was it?
I lost part of the last speaker and then lost the start of Tom.
Who was right before Tom? Was it Jana McKinney? Yeah. Could you repeat the last part?
Sure. My last point that I had just kind of wrapped up was that, again, I think we've got really competent applicants and nominees, and that they all bring just a little bit something different and unique as far as what it is that we're wanting for the district. And just that it's important that whoever it is has the right temperament and the willingness to take on a higher volume of cases than perhaps what they are replacing.
Thank you.
Mike, did you hear what Jana said about the each candidate sheet?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, Tom.
Yeah, I was so eloquent. I don't know that I can repeat it, but it was.
I have faith in you, Tom.
Oh, okay, all right. Chip raised the point about control of the courtroom, and what I was observing was I hadn't really thought about that in the way I looked at these judges. But then I thought about Judge Dickinson, and who from my personal observation and observation of others, just maintains control of his courtroom, but he does it not so much with power, but with respect. And he's held out in other appointments. He's been held out, as I recall, as sort of a great example of a judge. And again, he doesn't do it with power. He does it because people are convinced he's listening. And so I think that bodes well for us to consider. And I was saying that both, in my view, both Ellen and Susan would fit that mold.
Thank you. I have a little bit different perspective. It says my internet connection is unstable again. Am I losing everybody?
No, we see you.
I primarily look at this from having spent 28 years in law enforcement, and from a different aspect than some of your of my other commissioners. But I am of the opinion that this is the best. I participated in 3 of these hearings now, this being the 3rd, and these are the most qualified applicants that we've had, and I think that's wonderful. For me, the time issue and commitments are definitely an issue. I also see the fact that Ms. Neufeld has no criminal experience. Now, there's not a whole lot of doubt in my mind that she could pick that up pretty quickly being a student. But I think we're looking for somebody that can jump in and take the ball and run with it. So there will be a time lapse there where Ellen gets up to speed on the criminal part. Susan, on the other hand, can jump right in there. So we have some very strong candidates, I think, and it's just going to be for us to make the decision.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, Amy. Thinking about courtroom decorum and control, I spoke with Judge Powers as well, who's also someone who has great control of his courtroom, and not because of power, but because I think Susan nailed it, he's approachable. And I think Judge Dickinson and Judge Powers do a great job of hearing people and listening to them. And also they are approachable outside of the courtroom to ask questions. And I think that's important and a different dynamic that the 9th Judicial District could use in the magistrate position is someone who's approachable. I think Ellen and Susan definitely top that list of because of their ability to listen and make people feel heard.
I was just going to add what Ann mentioned earlier, because it came to me that Ann mentioned that Susan Robson might be patient to a fault. And I do remember there was a little bit of concern that she might have a hard time making a decision, or that she might want to please everyone when she does make a decision. So I would just add that. And then I also would just add that Gary focused a lot on being humble. And I think that's also important based on comparing him to Judge Powers and Judge Dickinson. And also, I think he said several times he's willing to give up those municipal jobs. So I think he understands the time commitment. I just don't know that he trusts it that way because I don't know that he knows what they're expecting out of this position specifically, or if he's comparing it based on how Judge Hilders scheduled his days. But Gary did say that he would give those up. So I think that's just important to remember.
I do have a note from one of the people that I had contacted, and Susan actually discussed it herself when I was asking them, things that maybe we wouldn't know or that would not be brought forth from somebody that had worked with her in an office. And they said the one thing that really she struggled with was second guessing herself once she made decisions. And we didn't really follow up on that in the interview process, but I would think that there would be a correlation maybe between that, as far as if you have a hard time making decisions about people that you represent, or the specific example was you live in a small community, which we all can relate to and appreciate, people on both sides, the attorneys, you have relationships with those people. And it sounded like maybe she had a tendency to second guess decisions once she made them. So just be mindful of that too, as we make this decision.
And I think that's also consistent with the fact that she was elected and then chose not to move to Ellsworth. I think that was a difficult decision for her, and I appreciate that. But she mentioned it was different now because of it would allow them to be closer to her parents. But I would also note that the parents didn't move. None of that changed. So the only thing that would change is that she would move now and she didn't. So I might just be difficult all around.
I think some of the move issue to Ellsworth had to do with her children who are now out of the house and they weren't at that time, was part of it. Doesn't affect the indecision part of it, but I think that was the dynamic at that time. And I did ask, knowing Susan from working with her, I asked different people the question if they thought she would be able to make a decision and stick with it. The folks I primarily talked to, with maybe a couple of exceptions, said yes, but that she's not always as confident, has as much self-confidence as she should with her abilities.
That is something you learn over time, though, that you have to make a decision and you have to let it go, or you won't have peace in the evenings or when you sleep, you know. So it's something that is learned over time. Is there any other comments? Anything else somebody wants to bring up or point out?
Well, I'd like to mention, I appreciate the different input and different ways that we listen and view the candidates. Like I said earlier, all of them qualified. I think I've bounced back and forth a little bit, but I think I've come to the decision as to which two I'm going to name. But one of them is going to have to depend upon whether or not Gary's willing to give up the extra work, because I don't think he'll have time for it. And if it's a financial issue that is causing a problem, then he may not be able to take it anyway. And I think for the experience and the people that I've talked to, Gary would be a
Can I follow up on that, just because I'm not sure necessarily how it works, and maybe somebody can give me some clarification? And I know he indicated he's willing to give that up, but there was also something in the documentation that was sent to us that indicated that he would not have to. How does that play out? If it's a push come to shove and it is an issue, would he have to give that up, or could he say, you know, under the law, I really don't have to give these up and we'll just work around it?
Well, yeah. Go ahead, John, if you happen to have a good answer.
I don't know that I have a good answer, but part of my answer is that the way Gary phrased it was, I would be willing to give it up if it became a problem, which almost means it has to become a problem before we reach the issue. So it's almost a job that he doesn't quite want the job as it's structured. He kind of wants the job as he'd like to structure it. And I think the other candidates all understood, no, this is a full-time gig, and I'm willing to commit to the full-time gig and not wait till there's a problem to adjust my issues on the job. That isn't a legal answer as to what do they do with the fact that it's a full-time job. Well, I think we're in a transition because somehow Hilgers was only working 4 days a week. And the judges that I spoke with about that weren't quite sure how that happened. But it did, and it needs to be fixed.
You know, John, I wondered if the words "if it becomes a problem," who's calling that? In other words, who says that? And is it the district judges that have to write in and say this is a problem, or it bothered me on that sort of if question. So,
well, it sounds like it's already a problem if it's a problem for the nominating committee. So
I can tell you that your role as a nominating commission is to decide who is going to succeed Judge Hilgers. And once that decision is made, then he's in as soon as he's sworn. And he will be on the ballot after he's served at least a year and a day for a retention vote, just like the district judges will be. That's not to say that perhaps some things couldn't be reorganized. I know when I practiced in Decatur County as an attorney in Northwest Kansas, sometimes they had municipal court in the evenings. So those kinds of things are possible adjustments. But if it becomes a problem with him having more than one position, legally he can have the position as magistrate and also positions as municipal judges. And I know that there are several judges who do that, who have several municipal jobs. But each job is going to determine its own demands. And sometimes those demands ebb and flow. If he has all those jobs, it's his responsibility to do all those jobs. And if for some reason it becomes a problem, either because of scheduling or because the work isn't getting done, then it can be the chief judge who approaches him in an official capacity as the administrative judge for the judicial district. You have different administrators if you're a municipal judge who may approach you, but that's not to say anyone at all can approach him and say, this is a problem. You don't have to be a chief judge. You don't have to be an administrator in an official capacity to approach anyone, and say, in my opinion, there is a problem here. I'd like for you to hear me out. And then it would be up to him to decide whether and how to adjust, I think. I guess that's a long-winded answer, but that's what I would say.
I think it would also be true that if Ellen were chosen and there was a little bit of time to learn that, the time may have to be juggled initially as well. But I think if Gary were chosen, the administrative judge would have the opportunity to say, I expect a docket from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, and then then Gary decides at that point what happens, whether municipal court's at night or whether he doesn't do it at all. And maybe the administrative judge wouldn't say that right away, but it sounds like that expectation is pretty well versed if Jana was aware of that. It sounds like people are talking about that, so maybe they're gonna make that apparent right out of the chute. I don't know.
I heard a little conversation about that from some people wanting to get to 5 appearance days in the judicial district. But as Gary though did describe it, he's only in Lynchburg on 2 Tuesday afternoons and in Canton on 1 Tuesday morning and 1 Wednesday morning. So if that would hold, we're still gaining hours of courtroom time for the magistrate than what we're currently having. Just an observation.
You know, John, maybe you have this, or somebody would have this memory, but when we got a magistrate, wasn't it on the basis of the fact that we had a higher case count than most anybody in the state, this district did? Does anybody remember that?
Yes, Tom, that's my memory.
Okay.
My recollection as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm ready to narrow it to 2.
I am also. So.
Does anyone else have anything to say before we begin the process of selection? Okay. I think what I'll do, if it's all right with you, I will go through the list. I have the roster of the commissioners, and I'll just go through that the way I've got it, and then I'll go through it backwards when we vote the next time, okay? Ballot number 1, if you have your ballots written down, please do fill them out. I'm going to ask Ben that you report, but I'll just let you fill out your ballot now. Please vote for 2, and at the top of the tally sheet, write number 1, ballot number 1.
Are we to vote 1 and 2 or just X and X?
No, just vote for 2 people. They don't have to be 1 and 2. I'm going to keep track of who everyone votes for on my tally sheet, and then the next vote will be for the top 2 vote getters, unless there's some kind of a problem I haven't anticipated in how many votes everybody gets. But
I'm not able.
Take your first ballot sheet and make sure you put a number 1 at the top. Vote for 2 and then sign it.
Judge Wilson,
Yes.
I did not receive those, and therefore I'll make mine public.
Okay, well, if you would just take a sheet of paper so that we have something in writing, Mr. Terry, that shows, it can be a yellow pad, any sheet of paper.
Okay.
It has ballot number 1, the date, and the 2 names and your signature.
And is the person that is just the majority vote of the second vote the declared winner, or do we have to have unanimous consent, or what's the procedure?
After the second vote, I would look for a motion to name a person as the magistrate judge.
Based on a majority vote of the second vote.
Right. No, it does not have to be unanimous. I'm sorry, in answer to your question.
Thank you.
Just look up when you're ready and I will. Okay. I'll ask for a show of hand if you are not ready to announce your vote. Okay, I see no hands. So, Thomas Adrian.
You're muted, Tom.
I voted for Ellen and Susan.
And Justice Standridge, are you keeping track also? Okay. And Tiffany, are you also? All right, so I'll check my results. Michael Andros.
Ellen Neufeld, Susan Robeson.
Amy Bauer.
Gary Price and Ellen Neufeld.
Jana McKinney.
Gary Price and Ellen Neufeld.
Ann Elliott.
Susan Robson and Ellen Neufeld.
Harris Terry.
Gary Price, Ellen Neufeld.
John Robb,
Neufeld and Robson.
George Westfall,
Gary L. Price and Susan Robeson.
I'm going to count the votes and we should have 16. I have Ellen Neufeld, 7. Susan Robson, 5. Gary Price, 4. So the top 2 vote getters would be Ellen Neufeld and Susan Robson. Justice Standridge, do you agree? Yes. Tiffany Fisher, do you agree? Yes. Okay. Now, ballot number, and make sure you all sign your ballot. And please do print your name at the bottom so there's no question about who it is if we end up having to look for it later. And you will need to keep that and send that to me. You may scan it and email it to me, or you can simply put it in the mail and mail it to me and I'll give you the address. All right, ballot number 2. Vote for 1, Ellen Neufeld or Susan Robson. And just look up at your camera when you're done.
Leaving the room for just a minute.
Okay.
I have to take a quick break.
Okay. Why don't we break for 5 minutes and then we'll proceed. So it's 4:43, breaking for 5 minutes. Don't sign off, just mute and
Mike, they decided to take a quick break.
Oh,
And,
perfect.
and they'll start back up at 4:48.
4:48. Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I guess I wasn't the only one.
I guess not. We should have planned that in the schedule.
John, you have a squeaky chair.
Yeah, I do. That has nothing to do with my weight.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay, do we have everybody back? I'm going to count noses here. Yeah, I think we do. Okay.
Justice Wilson, should we discuss now, just limiting discussion to the two candidates, or should we vote?
You can certainly discuss the two candidates. Yes.
My concern with Ellen is she is traffic law, DUI law, criminal stuff. She just has not been in practice with that. She's and quoting her, she serves the people that need representation or servient in need of public service. And I think she would really be behind from when she went to law school and all the vast changes in DUI law, some traffic laws, and some of the criminal side. She would really be behind the 8 ball on. She hasn't, to me, worked more sides of the fence. That's my personal opinion. Others can comment.
I would, this is Mike Androsen. I also would have issues with that. We can only hope that she would take the initiative to learn as much as she could, as fast as she could. Her temperament and enthusiasm about trying to learn that impressed me.
I think the fact that a magistrate position doesn't have to be held by someone who practices law should negate any issues or hesitations with the fact that she hasn't actually practiced traffic. The people that I spoke with literally said she knows the law. She is extremely competent, ethical, above board. I think the fact she hasn't done criminal or traffic is a non-issue.
I completely agree. I would hate to miss out on that because we're afraid of the time it might take someone to learn. I want to have the best candidate possible, regardless of whether they have to move, whether they have to learn or give up a different job.
I would somewhat repeat what I said initially, which is I feel comfortable with both Susan and Ellen. I lean toward Ellen because of past experience, and I just trust her completely, really. I just trust her. Again, that's the answer.
I think making timely decisions, I think timely decisions and being able to make a decision with some confidence is also important, because if they're going to jump in or even learn at all, they also need to be confident and timely with those decisions. So I still am a little hesitant of any comments or suggestions that Ms. Robson may struggle with making a decision or wanting to please everyone. I think that could be very difficult in this role, given the nature of cases that they address.
Any other comments? Don't be shy. Okay, raise your hand if you're not ready to vote. If you'd like to talk about it a little more, raise your hand. Okay, I see no hands, so I'm going to ask you to take another blank ballot sheet, or if you don't have the ballot sheet, Mr. Terry, just take another sheet of paper, different one, and write ballot number 2 at the top. Make sure you have the date. And then vote for 1, either Ellen Neufeld or Susan Robson. Look at the camera when you're done. Okay, is anyone not finished? Raise your hand if you're not finished. Okay, as promised, I'm going to go backwards. George Westfall.
I vote for Susan Robeson.
John Robb.
Neufeld.
Harris Terry.
Oh,
Pardon me?
Neufeld.
Ann Elliott.
Susan Robson.
Jana McKinney.
Ellen Neufeld.
Amy Bauer.
Ellen Neufeld.
Michael Andros.
Susan Robson.
Tom Adrian. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
That darn mute button. I voted for Ellen Neufeld.
All right, I have tallied the votes that have been given. Ellen Neufeld received 5 votes. Susan Robson received 3. Is there a motion to name the next district magistrate judge for the 9th Judicial District?
I move to nominate Ellen Neufeld as the 9th Judicial District Magistrate Judge.
Ms. Elliott, is there a
I'll
second?
second the motion.
Mr. Westfall, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. The motion is carried unanimously. The next district magistrate judge for the 9th Judicial District will be Ellen Neufeld. And I wish her congratulations. I'll give her a call. She's probably watching. If it were me, I would be watching at this point. And so my congratulations go out to her. And I can tell you during the course of today's meeting that we did not just have 4 impressive candidates. I was very much impressed by every member of the commission today. I think you went through this process professionally and with a lot of courtesy for each other. And you sure impressed me, every single one of you. So it's been an honor for me to work with you. And I think all that's left is to make sure that each ballot is numbered, each ballot is dated, signed, and has your printed name at the bottom. Please also add that if you will, 9th Judicial Nominating Commission, 9th Judicial District Nominating Commission. Make sure you keep those and either scan them and email them to me at Wilson E, that's WILSONE at kscourts.org. And I'll spell out that whole thing. It's WILSONE at kscourts.org. You can also take a picture on your iPhone and email it to me. Or if you prefer, you can send the actual paper to me at my physical address, which is Justice Evelyn Wilson, Kansas Judicial Center, 301 Southwest 10th Avenue, Topeka, Kansas, 66612-1507. And if you want to double check, all of the emails that Tiffany has been sending you should have our physical address, I believe, Tiffany. So her address is my address. They'll deliver it to her anyway, so I don't lose it or something. Is there anything else, Tiffany, that you can think of that we need to do yet today?
I can't think of anything.
Well, this is Tom, I have a question. First of all, I think the email you gave is the same one that's been floating around. It isn't any different, is it, than we've been using? It's the same one that's on the emails that Tiffany has sent out.
It should be. You may have Tiffany's email or you may have mine on both of them, but
I think I have everybody's, but
okay, it should be the same.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then Tiffany, I sent you a copy of my signature. Did that work all right? And
It was a PDF. If you are able to do it as an image, like a JPEG or GIF, that will be a little bit easier for me to put into the document. But if not, I can try to make that work.
I'll do my best. I think you've just exceeded my technical ability, but it's,
No, sorry. I know.
Question for you, Justice Wilson.
Yes.
The last time, because we met in person and the justice collected the applications and so forth. Do you want done with those?
I will need your notes. If you have if you have made any notes whatsoever, I will need those. And what you were sent by me, you can box it up and mail it back to Tiffany, or you can shred them, because they are confidential, so they would need to be shredded.
We can personally shred them.
Yes. But Tiffany, what did they do before? You sent them out to the commissioners, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. It probably would just be best if you boxed everything up and mailed it back to Tiffany, if you're willing to do that. And if there's a charge, just let her know. and we'll be
Wait for it.
send it all to Tiffany, most especially your notes, handwritten notes, or any notes you made, and your ballots. Send those to Tiffany if you haven't already emailed them, scanned them and emailed them.
Mine are for my eyes only. They're so bad. So yeah, I'll send that. Okay. And you are saying we can shred those. I mean, we have a shred bin, you know, one of those locked, secure shred bins in our office, and that's what I would intend to do. But
yes, if you promise me, because we do have to have your notes. Those we must have and keep, because those are subject to the Open Records Act. So if you, any writing, any scribbles, even if nobody in the world can read them, we still need them.
okay.
If you have, if they are, if they don't have anything written on them, and you promise me that they will be confidentially shredded, then that would be fine.
So you want our copies of the applications
Yes,
as well?
everything, because it's very important that those don't float around anywhere. So, because they do contain very, very sensitive, confidential information.
Agreed.
So, so either box everything up and send it to Tiffany, or box up your notes and the ballots and send that to Tiffany, and shred everything else. And Tom, if there's some problem with the signature, we have other ways that we can work that out too. Tiffany can email it to you. You can sign it and then mail it to her, and then I can sign it. Or you can sign it and scan it and then email it to her, and I can sign your scanned copy. So just work with her and we'll work it out, okay?
Well, I did send her a scanned copy, but I'll work at getting it as a JPEG or something. So.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
That'd be great. Any other questions from anyone? All right. Well, good work, everyone. And so we'll sign off. You all have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.